Alright, welcome back everyone. So, last we left off, we just found out about the fire doggo problems here. And did we come back to clear out some quests? We did. It's been a few days, and I'm running on not the most sleep, so I think we actually came back. Oh yeah, because I teleported back to the base camp rather than trek all the way back and then decide, well, if we're here, we might as well go turn stuff in. So what do we have left to cover? The ever-elusive Beliezel. Balloon race. I guess maybe one of these days I'll actually do it. Oh yeah, I still have no idea where the Cherrim is. And this is gonna be a long-term project. This I can do basically at any point. Yeah, pretty sure I know which Pokemon this is, but I don't know where to find it. Highlight. Oh. Guess I can deliver the Pop Pod. I turned in those quests, and I guess apparently I didn't do this one. So we'll go into the basement to handle that. We still need to find a shell that's on the coast, so I'm pretty sure we haven't seen any of those yet. And I'm not sure where the A-bombs are hiding, aside from in the coastal area. You found a single Cherrim this entire game. Well, that's encouraging. Oh, if it isn't the Survey Corps recruit who quelled the Lady of the Ridge, what can I do for you? You're running errands for Choi again. Sending a customer to negotiate for him once was bad enough, but twice? Where's his spine? Pestering me for goods when I'm already tearing my hair out trying to get Pop Pods. Sheesh. Wait, you've got Pop Pods? Would you let me have some? Please, just 3. Sure. Pop Pods, the Cobalt Coastline's finest feature. You'll often find these fine sea vegetables washed ashore. They're best known as a key ingredient in scatterbangs, those lively items for scaring off Pokemon. Alright, I won't send you back to Choya Failure, since you kindly brought me these Pop Pods. Tell him we'll set him up with some new wares. Yay! Things. Viable Great Balls, I guess. What's our friends doing? You know what, let's expand the backpack once or twice. Maybe just once. 5,000 is kind of a lot. Which is the 6,000? Alright, so it's not scaling completely out of control yet. Give you a rough rundown of what happened since Diamond Dude asked me to deal with Cleavor. we ended up with the same thing with, or I guess, was a little bit of a debate. They thought the same thing was happening with Ursa Luna, but it turns out that he was only like a satellite side effect of what was going on with, shoot, I forget the name of the other one. It's like this fairy dancing Pokemon. So once that got sorted out, we actually went to help her. And once that was sorted, we got a request to go check out the coast, because apparently there's some kind of ghost desecrating some kind of sacred island in the middle of sea, I guess. And on top of that, I guess, personal agenda for Murita is that she wants us to try to... man, I can't remember the name of the person. The Coast Warden has a Growlithe that we're supposed to try to convince her to raise to be the next successor, because they lost their Lord of the Coast recently. I don't know if they said recently or not, but it happened, I guess enough in memory to cause political tension. So now we're kind of there. We're going to the coast to deal with those two issues, more or less. Big gold like get. Nice. Congrats. Got new goods in stock, thanks to you. I know this has caused you some bother. I do hope he and I can thaw things out at last. But thanks to you, we've got excellent new items on our shelves. Do buy some.
And now!
Hey Yoshi. Boy there. Thanks for the 48-month resub. Tis crazy. You see, it's a bit of a Stantware situation there. Yeah, kinda. It seems like a lot of these problems revolve around the Island Lords. And my guess is that when we get to the Middle Isle, it's gonna be the ghost of the dead Lord who's haunting the Isle. And then we're gonna have to do something to resolve that. I don't know if that's actually true, but that's my best guess. Alright. Yay, Great Balls. 300 per Great Ball, though. I guess also Feather Balls. And... Scatterbangs. Full heals are 600. Hyper potions for 800. Yeah, this is a little bit rich. I might have to work on my stars so that I get paid more for doing crap. I've not seen the direct. I just took the Cole's notes for it because I didn't really have time to watch the whole video. There's, I'd say, at least 4 games on the list that I'm considering doing. So, see how that goes, I guess. Especially since I guess the release timing is a little bit tight, and depending on the length of some of those games, I don't know if I'll be done with one in time to get to the others. Okay, we have... Oh, we did get Grit Dust. So let's see, what were we gonna do with it? I think we were gonna work on... Tower? What were we increasing? Oh yeah, defenses. We were trying to make them tankier? And that speed is looking a little better, I just don't know if it's gonna be... I don't know if it's gonna outspeed much, like compared to Ponyta's 141. Is there range on this one? Oh wait, that's Fine Remedy. I thought I had the next level up from Grit Gravel. Maybe not. Okay, never mind. We'll still improve some of its, his other stuff. I guess we just go 2 each into the defense stats. I could also do 1 in speed. Yeah, let's distribute it 1 across the board, I guess. Although we do have a spare, so... Even though I just said that I don't know how much the speed's gonna help, I'm kinda tempted to put it into that. Just because it really does feel like, because there's technically like an infinite amount of opposing Pokemon, that if we're in a situation, we want to have the initiative as much as possible if we're getting swarmed. What are we doing with the gravel? Fitting in our Pokemon, rubbing it on them? I don't know. I guess we rub it on them? Even the game doesn't seem to know what's going on, because it's calling it mysterious gravel. Alright. Back out to the coast. I guess since the Diamond Coin's on 8-Bomb Hill, if we screw around there for a bit, chances are we'll run into those 8-Bombs. Yeah, I probably didn't want to use a Great Ball for that, but whatever. Maybe for this one, though. So I think Tangelas will aggro. Whereas the Glameow will just run off and try to hide. That Glameow was not paying attention. It just let me run at it for a full 5 seconds. Well, we are in 8-Bomb territory. My question is, where is the satchel, I think it was? Oops. I guess we do want to be zoomed in. Let's see. Oh, pack. I guess same difference. These 8-Bombs sure are lazy. Damn it, Volo, I was trying to sneak up on that 8-Bomb. Why you gotta do this? You would be upset if someone threw a heavy metal ball at you while you were trying to take a nap. Fair enough. So your parents wake you up? I have questions, Nate. You're currently stalking a giant Chansey. Oh dear. Why, hello there, Miss Dusky. Fancy running into you out here. It's almost like you're stalking me. Me? Oh, I'm on the hunt for some plates. How's your plate hunting going, young friend? Oh, so I guess, or meh. So I guess. No need to be humble, I see you've already got your hands on 4 plates. You gain plates when you quell frenzied nobles, and when a great Pokemon recognizes you as worthy of bearing, and when a great Pokemon recognizes you as worthy of bearing, isn't that right? The way you've been collecting those plates, it reminds me of the ancient hero. Everyone with the ancient hero thing, or the legendary hero thing. I'm definitely ahead of you in terms of story still, I see. I mean, I've barely done anything with the coast, so I can't be that far ahead of you if you've found the 3rd area. Or rather, I guess, got access to it. And really, I'm trying to dick around here, and Volo's all up here progressing the story on me. The one that's said to have battled against Almighty Sinnoh. Wait, battled? You know, I've been wondering. The 10 Pokemon that are said to have followed the ancient hero, their powers are supposed to come from Almighty Sinnoh itself. Why would they seek to challenge Almighty Sinnoh along with the hero, then? Perhaps we'll get some answers once we gather all the plates. Well, let's both do our best to find more. But please, don't overexert yourself. I'd hate for something to happen to one of our guild's loyal customers. Okay. Ah, the Apalm got up now. I guess it more or less didn't matter, but still. Damn it, Volo. Okay, apparently I had to be standing exactly in the middle. Do I have a visitor? I'll be right out. Give me a moment. So, okay, apparently I'm also advancing the story by going here. I was just gonna look around, but apparently I just keep stumbling into this. It's a little weird to play a game that takes place in the past only to have it reference things that happened even further in the past. Yeah, I suppose because the the game doesn't have a ton of context for it. Whereas normal main games you kind of do, because they sort of establish the world at that time. But here, they're sort of throwing that out the window. I'm Iscan of the Diamond Clan. A Galaxy Team member with a Celestica flute? Oh, you must be Dusky, right? Have I done something to warrant your visit? Yes or no? Yeah. Well, sudden visits give me quite a shock. I do hope you'll give me advance notice in the future. Wait, how do we give advance notice in, like, a frontier area? Do we just leave a note on the doorstep? So, why are you here? to visit Fire Spit Island. So you want to go to Fire Spit Island? Well, if you insist, then you'd probably need Bascowegian's favorite snack. That should help him warm up to you. But preparing his favorite, it's more than a little difficult. More like an impossibly high hurdle, or really just impossible, if I'm being honest. How so, or impossible? Yeah, I'll tell you. I have the right materials, but then you see, this next part is something I could never manage, but you need to catch this one Pokemon that appears at night. Go on. You really want to know? You really don't value your own life, do you? It's Dusclops. Yeah, it might be a bit of a challenge. Ooh, even saying its name fills me with dread. So, the materials for the food have to be imbued with flavor by Dusclops' dark pulse. This is extremely specific. That's the only way you can make Bascowegian's favorite food, you see. Got it, or I'll do it. Yeah, no problem, we'll just find a Dusclops. Wow, is everyone in the Galaxy team like you? Your nerves aren't just steel, they're titanium. It's positively frightening how, fearless you are. I can't say it. Well, the Pokemon I need has only one eye and can be found wandering around Deadwood Haunt. Deadwood Haunt is the area that looks like a hand on your map. You'll know you're there when you find the wrecked boats. Sounds lovely. I try very hard to avoid those one-eyed Pokemon, and so now I know a lot about them. You see. Would you like to wait here until night when the Pokemon appears? No, we got a few things to do. Okay, oh, there's a bunch of... of course it overrode my setting here. Or wait, did it? Never mind. So why is it telling me about the... I guess it's just a mission update. I wonder which of any of these Apoms are the ones. I could also be totally off base and needing to explore back up on that hill, but... like where I first found the guy. But, like, something aimed or named Apom Hill feels like it's trying to really hard to telegraph that it wants me to find them here. Oh wow, it's an evolved form that's not an alpha. Fancy that. Actually, we got a recipe for a really heavy ball, didn't we? See if I can sneak up enough to make that work. Two-stage debuff there too, so I feel like that shouldn't have knocked her out. Wait, what are we talking about now? Oh, you want to see what happens if you have a Dusclops in the party when you talk to him? I hope they account for it. I don't freak out. Also, congrats on your Chansey. Yeah, grass fighting. Oh. Sweden. I can never say it right. Decidui. Indeed, punches. Like, let me show you the moves. It has Aura Sphere, and then I assume this is a signature, this triple arrows. So buffs his own crit and debuffs the target's defense. You got a level 61 Vespa Queen you can't use using the Lemon Balls. Or I guess whatever the highest grade available heavy ball for you. Forgot I hadn't swapped off that. That was a waste of a ball. I need to actually craft. Oops. I need to craft some more gray balls. Need to find more iron chunks. We got all these A-palms around here, but no indication of this, if they're the ones I need for the quests or what. Apparently the A-palm didn't notice me? That's a little weird, but whatever. Let's see. Because this ends pretty abruptly. Is mostly cliff here, so if I'm going to find it, I would think it shouldn't be very hard. At least if it's here. If it's all the way back up here, then I'm way off base, but it's hard to really know when those A-bombs just ran off with no trail to follow. Yeah, there's not much more to this hill, so maybe I really needed to look on that other cliff side. Although there are some A-palms down there. You know what? I wish I had a pair of binoculars. It would make this whole scouting business a little bit easier. Whoa. Okay. I wanted to slide down, not fly completely off the edge, but okay. Is that a Boweasel? Maybe round 2 of catching Boweasels. Waterfalls is still doing quite a bit. In fact, I'm pretty sure Swift did about the same damage while being neutral. It's the most dangerous Pokemon I've encountered so far. And no Garchomps. I want to say the Alpha Snorlax and the Alpha Luxray seem to be the scariest from what I ran into. Actually, let's see. I think there was an Alpha Sylveon in one of those dimensional rifts that tried to chase me. I think that would probably qualify as the scariest. Oh, you know, improving Telward's defenses is definitely paid off. He got roughed up a bit, but it was the 2-on-1 where he didn't really seriously fight back. Is that a marker? Oh, that's the marker for turning it in, I think. Because it's just leading me back to... I think where that guy would be. The guy who gave me the quest. See, this is kind of more what I was expecting from a coast, not the bug-heavy lineup that had me constantly having Ponyta out on the other side. That was a little weird. That's a float soul, which doesn't help us. Mine, I guess it kinda does. It helps us in the sense of filling the decks, but not in the sense of completing that stupid quest. How is that not a back attack? Two float souls left. Definitely pleased with how the grit's paying off here. These 2-on-1s are a little scary. You actually wait, passed out? Like, you passed out, or your character in Arceus passed out? Well, hopefully one of those weasels is useful for the amount of annoyance we had to deal with, yay. Oh, in-game, you got swarmed by ghost Pokemon at night. That is unfortunate. Well, there's someone else to give me a quest here, but... if we don't complete the ones we have, we're just letting them stack up. Oh, this is the Pokedex entry one? Usually these girls who ask are looking for completed Pokedex entries. Excuse me, have you seen a fellow from the construction corps named Yorick? Okay, I guess in this case it might be a different situation. No I haven't. Yeah, this is hopeless. Where could he have gone? Would you mind helping me track him down? I'll be waiting a little further ahead. Please come see me when you have a moment. Do you know what he smells like? We have Ursaluna. Oh, it's setting up the Coastlands camp. Okay, this is important. I'd like to have a checkpoint over here. So maybe we'll handle this, and then if we stumble into Apom, then fine, otherwise we'll hunt it afterward. Just a ways up, huh? I guess that's convenient a place to try to catch Dusclops from. With how she was talking, I thought we'd be setting up camp a lot closer than here. Actually, let's see. Yeah, and I can't warp over to the hill. So, I guess he doesn't count. Iscan. I don't really care about side X. You know, I think we're gonna go middle here. So I don't really care that much about this stuff. Even though I think I still need to do some Pokedex tasks. Oh, there's a Golduck. Several Golducks. Let's maybe try to sneak up on one of them. It's not really great ground here. Really? I guess he wasn't asleep, but that's still really annoying. Oh, Grip Golda. We'll deal with it later, I guess. I almost passed this shit hot over for another Staravia. It's kind of funny, because there are just like Starlies and Staravias around here, but Chatat's just randomly mixed in with them. It sure is cheery music for our haunted forest area, or I guess, what is it called? The, wasn't there? Oh, Deadwood Haunt. Yeah, very cheery music for what's going on here. Oh, we'll just let it get away, I guess. 3 Great Balls is already too much for that Chatot. Be a different story if we didn't have one yet, but we do. Driftwood cake. I'm sure we can trust that. Absolutely no one will get food poisoning. Nice space for the scatterbang. I bet we have some mud balls or whatever we can throw out. Oh no, we're holding a Scatterbang. What? Oh, okay, I guess it's because there's other stuff here. Rain cake, honey cake, smoke bomb. We'll leave it for now. If setting up the camp doesn't despawn these, I guess we can come back for them. Assuming that's all we need to do here. Might not be. Oh, you're here. I've been waiting. Like I said, I need your help finding Yorick from the construction corps. He and I came out here to set up a base camp, but then he went off on his own to get the lay of the land, and hasn't come back. Yorick ought to be ought to still be somewhere nearby. If you find him, please tell him to come back here already. Okay. You know, it'd be great is if you let me know how he smells. Oh, looks like he's out over there. I want this Aaron, so let's bring out Escargoon. Math Magician. Find a cake on a beach, what could go wrong? Absolutely nothing. I'm telling you, it's fine. I guess we don't need Ursula now. Talking Pokemon, help me, help me, help me, help me! Stay away! Away, stay! Gah, why is this Pokemon talking? Talk? Talk? You alright? Far from it, help me! Help me! Oh, he's Mimic. An oddly aggressive Chatot, considering the other ones along the path just ran away. Thank goodness, I don't know if I'd have survived without you. No one told me there'd be Pokemon that talk like people out here. What a fright. Back where I grew up, folks often said that if you hear someone talk when nobody's around, it's not a ghost playing tricks. It's just a Chatot. Oh, so she even knows what it is. Anyway, thank you kindly for finding Yorick. I'll have him set up camp now. Up for two, ready, and lift. And lift. And lift. See, that definitely implies that they did more work to set this one up. All finished. I'm sure that awful voice I heard mimicking me was just my imagination. I owe you big time, young Survey Corps recruit. Come take a rest here at camp anytime you like. Hooray. Alright, this also means that when we want to progress the story, we can come right back here. But I still want to find the stupid A-bomb. What a splendidly scenic base camp. This ought to be quite convenient for surveying Pokemon that live on the waterfront. I guess it'll be easy to fill up the chat decks here too, if I want to, since this camp is basically right beside them. Okay, well, I guess they're just gonna keep repeating the same thing. Let's check these Buizel. A little bit of money. Actually, I guess now that we have the shop up to Great Balls, I can buy it from the guardsman here too. I see, what's illuminating. We completed the Graveler research by beating the one up. Fair enough, I guess. I'm kind of surprised that Dex credit isn't given for the quest that involves the A-bomb. Because they did it for a bunch of the other ones before now. Yeah, I think we're a little bit off of 5-star. You wanted to say he was being overdramatic about being attacked by a Chatot. Then you thought about and remembered that they can do things that shoot out sonic sound waves. You honestly sometimes, or forget sometimes, how dangerous even unassuming Pokemon can be by the virtue of the kinds of things they can do in battles. Yeah. Like, even Bidoof is oddly dangerous. So, like, I don't think it's an exaggeration when they say Pokemon are terrifying in this game. Like I've said before, it's like if all the animals running around had superpowers and people didn't. Okay, let's see. I don't need that or that. Keep the Razzes. Maybe the Scatterbang too, just in case we need something to bail us out. Oh, wait, let's keep those. Do we actually want the Ninabs? I guess it couldn't hurt. Maybe if we had more raspberries, then I wouldn't bother, but... Could use those as distractions, I guess. Okay, so now let's go back to... Oops, wrong list. Let's go back to trying to do this. So we've been over this area more or less. I guess we could check the south section. But I have a feeling it's not going to be too fruitful. Oh, we did aggro something. In the water, maybe? Because on the land, there's nothing but starways. Oh yeah, I saw something move in the water over there. Sticky glob. Evolve some kind of sticky substance. Hitting a Pokemon with one may stun the Pokemon, creating an opening for you to act. Okay, so it's just another one of those trash throwables. I thought maybe it was some kind of like speed debuff thrown at him or something, but that's boring. I wonder what it actually is, because I don't think I've seen it attack, even though it's been aggroing. Just a Barboach, I guess. Can we cross some water here? Yeah, there's some sand underneath. It's weird that it doesn't appear until we're really close. Oh, there's Chansey. Wait, is that an alpha Chansey? Thankfully, it's not terribly attentive. It's annoying that didn't count as the back attack. He keeps cake in wooden boxes at the beach. I don't know. I mean, I assume it's washed up like driftwood, but you know. Shower thought, you wonder if Arceus is an Ultra Beast that randomly decided to come to this world and create Pokemon. Because it kind of looks like one and seems to have power over dimensions with all these space-time rifts. Maybe. I'm not too familiar with Arceus, so... Didn't think that was the water. Oh. Oh, it isn't the water, okay. Damn. Thought I set that up okay, but I guess not. We could try the cake. And that Chansey's really camping now. Because it's water, it keeps attracting its attention. Come on. I might have to beat her up. It's like the setups definitely feel like they're not working. It doesn't say anything if you already have Dusclops. I see. All you really know about Arceus is that he created Pokemon including the legendaries, and that formed the foundations of the world. Coming from Ultra Space seems like a plausible explanation for it now that it's a concept. It's an interesting thought. You hope they expand on Ultra Space slash Beasts more. Such a fascinating concept for Pokemon. Yeah, I'm not too familiar with the Ultras other than that they exist. We'll try this other honey cake, and then if that doesn't turn out, maybe we'll try battling it, although we may have issues even though we've got stuff like Aura Sphere. So I know Chansey gets stuff like Psychic type and Fairy moves, so Space-Time Distortion appeared. All the way over here. I don't think I'd be able to reach it even if I wanted to. I guess maybe if warping back to camp doesn't cause the space-time to disappear, I could maybe make it if I wanted to. But I have a Chansey to try to catch, so... Now what aggroed? Is that the Barbuch? Oh no, it's a Remoraid, I see. Slightly unusual battling conditions, but whatever. Yeah, I know I have time if it says it's forming, but it told me that it has actually formed, I believe, so... Wish the water didn't cause me to unsneak. It's 3 times I've given it food. Nice, there we go. Only took, what, like 5 tries overall? You get 3K experience. I mean, that's Chansey's saying, right? Like, even in the normal games, just worth a ton of experience. This should cover all the forms for Brumi if we get this one. Although, interesting that we found a trash Brumi instead of a sand Brumi on the beach. Well, yeah, I got something way over well. It's not the first time. I can't use it because I need to get to rank. I'd have to get to rank 6, I guess, because it's level 51. Assuming it's 10 levels for every star, as usual. So, I think we're a bit of research grinding off of being able to utilize a Chansey. Oh, I forgot to check the Weasels. Two for 2, no. 5, no. 5 also no. Ah. These are all shrimps. Okay, so... I guess we technically haven't checked over here yet. But I feel like this is probably the wrong area for a bunch of A-bombs. Could be wrong, but... Yeah, there's practically nothing here. What is that? It's a chest? Well, bye, Sir Arabia. Not a nugget. Negative. The purest gold that gives off a luster gleam in the direct light. It can be sold at a high price at the general store. Okay then. Yeah, it kind of feels like we're in the wrong area for this. So maybe we'll go back up north and see. Giant wall Ryan get. Congrats. I guess at least with Weirdier, the distance is pretty trivial. Oh, it is the pack of A-bombs just hanging out over here. You see. Probably have to fight them, I guess. Can't tell because that Stanley is on the way, and when I try to focus, it autofocuses Stanley. Yeah, they don't seem to be aggroing. Don't knock it off. No effect. Yeah, just use Spore on a grass Pokemon and see how far that gets you. I feel bad for that Parasect. Hey, it started the fight. It got what it deserved. Yeah, it's a event. Kind of figured since it wasn't letting me focus them. Yeah, they got tired, so I guess they're fighting. Well, they got obliterated. Oh, you feel bad for Parasect in general? Yeah, it's kind of a creepy Pokemon, isn't it? Well, I see you chased down the Apom. And my goods are all safe, thank goodness. How can I repay you? Let me think. Hey. But what's gotten into you looking so meek all of a sudden? Are you actually feeling remorseful? Hey. Oh, alright, no hard feelings. Just stop it with a sad look, you're making me feel bad. I just hope you've learned your lesson. No more pranks, please. Oh, come on, you can even wait till I was done scolding you. Correct. I took my pineapple berries. I was saving those for later. Just goes to show, you can't let your guard down around Pokemon. I guess it's not important that we get the berries back. Alright. Let's see. So we could go catch more Buizel. We're up to 40 and we haven't found a suitable one yet, annoyingly. Otherwise... Oh yeah, we need to find a Shellos. So that's... Oh, damn, there's beach everywhere. I guess maybe we go back to Deadwood Haunt and work from there? And then I don't know where this is gonna be. Like, this is quite obviously Splink, but I've not seen one yet. I don't think we could get into here. It looks like this is all sheer cliff to try to prevent us from pulling any shenanigans. Yeah, those ones seem too skillable. Is that a... Okay, Pikachu just showed up randomly. And the pit. Wow, so that cutscene ended and they just stuffed everywhere. Distortion. Let's get rid of this. I definitely don't like that stuff can just spawn in on top of you. It's very silly. Oh, it's found me. that was perfect. Definitely unexpected, though. Oh, the Paris is already respawned. Like, come on. Seriously? I don't know. I'm not sure why that Pikachu was so violent. Actually, there was, there's a couple in the Fieldlands that were pretty aggressive too. I think the only one that has not immediately attacked me was the one over in the Mirelands. And it sat there and stared at me. Like, hey, aren't you gonna throw a ball? You totally want me on your team, right? Yes? Stanley is actually aggroing? Or no, I think that's actually the bugs down below. So Stanleys are definitely freaking out. Okay, let's go to the coast camp. Actually, I guess we didn't go too far up here. Because we sort of explored here, but I was like right here and trying to get up the cliff. So you know what, let's go back to camp here, dump our stuff off. And then come back up here, see if I missed anything like the Shellos. Otherwise, I'm not really sure where they'd be, because we checked this entire area here. And there's no beach here. And this is Buweasel. So I feel like north is probably our best bet. I guess maybe if we find our way out to sea. Like any of these islands, maybe it'd have them. But I don't know how we'd actually get out to them. I guess maybe once we finish the Basco Legion thing, maybe we can control them instead of just being like teleported to Fire Spit. Or maybe the shells will be on Fire Spit. It's a few things it could be, I guess. Return to the Spiels. I actually don't remember how many we've caught of those. There's that alpha Machoke that killed itself last time we tried to catch it. 'Cause, you know, double edge. Some artillery. Yeah, this kind of just ends. So maybe we'll have to wait until Fire Spit, see if we have more luck with that. I guess we can try to do something with that artillery. Okay, what's aggro does? Oh, some more crow. Okay, that's gonna go overkill. Oh, the artillery doesn't seem like it's the most attentive. Well, so much for that. Go follow your camera. You didn't see that one, you'll have to check for her later since you're done with your file for now. Did sound like you had a fairly productive catching session, so makes sense. There we go. Revenge. Wait, it used Roost when its health was full? Oof. Yeah, I guess I should have expected that. But all my false swipers are vulnerable to something from the micro. Yeah, 4 times weakness to flying. But like, it's tankier than Prestissimo, so... I guess I should try to fix that, see if someone else can learn False Swipe who's not gonna get wrecked by flying. I was hoping to not need multiple hits, but either I one-shot it or I need to hit it twice. But now, I suppose maybe I can either just battle them down to fill the decks or try to sneak catch them if I really want to finish it off. Alright, well that gives us... You know, not really many other options as far as where it could be, so... I'm guessing we're gonna have to actually get the Dusclops so that we can go out to sea. And then the Shellos would maybe be on the beach of Firespit. Just a guess, but given that the beaches here haven't really yielded anything, it's probably the most likely scenario. I don't know if I might catch more Bullweasel. Like, we're up to 40 and the game is still turning its nose up at me. Like, I know it's an outlier, but damn, I wonder what the actual odds are of rolling it, because it's gotta be pretty low. Because, like, even getting those 2'7" ones that don't qualify, like, I've only seen those... Was a 2 or 3 out of the 40. So that's already not great odds. Never mind getting something bigger. So I don't know if I really want to go farm them. It feels a little unappetizing. So I guess let's do the Dusclops and see if it helps us with the Shello stuff. how many of these can I build myself? Yeah, we can probably refrain from buying for now. But actually, we're getting to a point where my apricorns are low, so I might have to just start buying. Let's see. I guess we'll lead Prestissimo. It's Prestissimo and Cat are the two with Dark Moons for coverage. Mind, we also want to avoid knocking the Dusclops out. I wonder if because there's nothing out here. I wonder if the rain's screwing with spawns. Although I assume that ghost Pokemon generally wouldn't care that much about a little rain. Yeah, there's a Drifloon. It's completely not what we care about, but at least it's showing stuff spawning. Actually, let's see. Let's gauge how much damage we did. Yeah, well, we one-shot the Drifloon. I assume the Dusclops is not going to go down so easily. But I guess it shows that Prestissimo's attack isn't particularly pathetic. Does the Drift bloom? Still not what we're looking for. I guess we technically haven't caught one yet. Well, I guess now it's just gonna never stop phasing us. A little riled up, I guess. There we go, finally. I can't believe those other two didn't register as back attacks. Yeah, we're practically out of here at this point. Oh, there it is. It's over by the ship. Which I guess kind of makes sense, as we were told the ship was an indication of the area, but I didn't realize the Desklops was specifically haunting those ships, and not that wasn't just an indication we were in its territory. So I guess we'll have to clear that driftland, and then maybe try to sneak up. Yeah. Stop teleport, although that helps. It's kind of like he gave me that one. That was an interesting teleport, to say the least. Pleased to see that Persistima is still on the team. Well, I mean, he gives coverage, or she gives coverage, and like I said, I'm trying to keep the stuff that people named around, so there's no promises, but I'm doing my best. You lied when they said Desklops were at the hand, as they were clearly more at the arm. Yeah, I guess that guy didn't really know as much about them as he thought he did he? Okay, well, I guess that covers us. I could catch more ghosts here if I wanted to, but... Actually, what's down there? Oh, it's a regular Duskull. Well, that helps us with the dex, so maybe let's try to get it. Is there another one on the other side of that ship? Or that's a regular Jiffling. We're not interested in that. Yeah, we can come back and do Chatot after if we really want to. It's like a halfway point. It's maybe faster from the other camp. Marginally. You realize you haven't named anyone this stream? Well, the team is kind of full of mods named by you, so you don't necessarily need to name more. Nice little payout. But the Murkrow one's almost done. I guess because we've knocked out so many of them. Also, using Roost with full hit points, that was helpful. Hey, Tribalical, wait, is female Violet canon now? I don't think so? Because they use the two genders interchangeably. So, I don't know, I wouldn't read into that too much. Ooh, nice. Solid 860 points. Which is still not halfway through the amount of points we needed. The requirements are a little steep at this point. Mind, there are a few easy targets, but... you know. Typically don't grind too many of them at a time, so... we'll see how that method works out going forward. Then we have to stop and catch a little more aggressively. Actually... we do need those F points. Didn't have berries. I mean, technically helpful. Not exactly what I was going for, but technically helpful. Huh, okay. Well, that's rude. I just wanted to loot the tree, you jerk. For that transgression, I Orosphere. free raspberry. I should keep that in mind. At least anything that increases my catch chances or something that I definitely like to have in my bag. You only got the 6-star yesterday. Well, I'm still 4, so I feel like I'm quite behind a lot of the time, since everyone else seems to be much further ahead. Ah, stupid stick drift. Did you bring it? You know, the Pokemon with a name that sounds like, the Dust Bops? You really brought it. No, don't bring it out. Right. I guess I've got to do my part, seeing how determined you are to go to that island with Basculegion. Usually I ask Paulina if the Growlithe she takes care of can help me with this bit. Wait. So, because I have a Hisuian Growlithe. Did we really need the Dusclops then? You're claiming another Pokemon. What are you naming? Oh, you're naming him Dustpops. All right. Assuming we get to keep him anyway. Although I guess I have a feeling Iscan is not gonna want to keep the Dusclops around, but you never know. But this time you need to help, since we're making this snack so that you'll be accepted by Basculegion. Well, once I give you the signal, you have that Dust Pops of yours use its Dark Pulse. Three, two. Wow, no, it's too frightening. Could you get a grip? Right, so counting down to just makes the anticipation and terror worse. Let's simply have you do it when I say go. And go. Delicious aroma wafts through the air. Basculegion's favorite snack is now ready. It's got a ball of Basculegion food. Yay. Is Ramlord still in the party? Oh, are you talking about Rowlet? Yeah, yes, Rowlet has become a force of destruction. Okay, the favorite food of Basculegion, a Pokemon that will bear you on its back. This food is crafted in an unusual way with ingredients gathered via equally unusual methods. Both the aroma and the shape are perfect. It's the perfect ball of Basculegion food. Then let us make for Ginkgo Landing. We can summon Basculegion there. Okay, where is that? Oh, that's really convenient. It's just right in front of the camp. Okay, so yeah, this is what Rowlet's become. Grass fighting. With Stab Aura Sphere. What the heck is a spiel? Oh. Think of a seal, but perfectly spherical. Because, Game Freak is completely creative with that. Your Deki Doughy sucks? What? I'm not quite sure what you're referring to. Alright, so it looks like we did get to keep the Spiel. Or not the Spiel, the the Dusclops. So I'll go back to camp and we can name it. Yeah, I guess I'll add it to the party. Big Groveler away. That's gonna maybe make things a little weird, but we'll work it out. Gen 7, the original evolution was Grass Ghost, but like, does that make it bad? Oh, that's your way of saying Decidui. Okay. So at least it's not quad weak to flying, right? Oh, yours just gets one shot by everything. Yeah, in if you're talking about in Arceus, yeah, I don't know, its typing can be a bit of a liability. Original Evo is fine, not fantastic, but fine. He liked running physical Decidui with an assault vest, debate and fast special attackers. I thought they could one-shot it. I'm not sure what assault vest does, but I assume it absorbs special attacks or it reduces the damage. I may not have a lot of knowledge of many gens of Pokemon. Alright, so you want Dust Pots. And done. Oh, okay. Assault Vest increases special defense at the cost of only allowing you to use attack moves. Interesting. I guess that, given its name, that makes sense. Oh, actually, is there anything I'd rather have in here for moves? Shadow Sneak. Raises the user action speed. I kind of like that. It's probably gonna be more useful than Hex or Life Leech or Leech Life. We're definitely not giving up Shadow Ball. Hmm. Actually, yeah, Hex seems not terribly useful when it doesn't look like we've got any status effects in his move set. Or in her move set. Well, we keep getting a very large amount of female Pokemon, actually. Okay, let's take a rest, and then see about the Basculegion thing. Oh, I guess we didn't catch that much, did we? Or anything? Yeah, I guess we didn't catch anything, but we did do a thing. We knocked it out, which gave us 2 whole research points. Take that, Ambipom. Should we have? Yeah, I don't know. Low research level. I guess we caught like 1. Oh, yay. It was enough to make it so Ponyta can evolve. Yay, Rapidash. One of my favorites. Although, I guess I like the small stature of Ponyta a little bit better, but still. Probably nothing we want to actually bring in here. It's a bit more bulk. I don't know if it'll actually make a difference, but it's a bit more bulk. Oh, hello, Dusky. I was just waiting for you. Hello, Iscan. That look on his face. Oh, Paulina, I thought you said we shouldn't be seen together. I'm sure Dusky can keep a secret. Besides, both I and Growlithe Pups were eager to meet with a great Basculegion again. Well, I see. Well, in that case, let me summon Basculegion. I'm not gonna lie, it looks kind of like a piñata. It's an intense evolution animation. Yeah, I know, right? I mean, this is the wild frontier. Survival of the fittest and all that. Go on, Dusky, you can give the food to Basquegian now. You threw the ball of Basquegian food. Oh. A great Basquegian. Oh, thank goodness. I was a little worried about whether Basquegian would accept this favor. So, Dusky, you should let Basquegian hear you're playing. Well, now I guess we get water mobility. Basquegian opened his heart and learned well the sound of your playing. Yay, Splash Blade. Alright, so if we're getting it from these plates from Pokemon who aren't necessarily like what they define exactly as nobles, it makes sense for what we can theoretically collect over all the available areas just by looking at the world map. Because I definitely felt like otherwise we were going to run out of areas to visit if we were having to collect all the plates for every type. Now you can ride Basquegian across Tranquility Cove and head to Firespit Island. My congratulations to you, Dusky. Polina, do you want to tell her? I mentioned to you before how the previous lord rescued his Growlithe pup. During that incident, Iscan and Basquegian saved my life as well. Since then, I've felt a great deal of affection for Iscan here. I truly adore him. But I know there are those who speak ill of me behind my back. So I try to meet with Iscan where there's no prying eyes to preserve his reputation. His reputation. Well, I was just doing what any decent person would do when I saved you. Perhaps, but nonetheless, after that day I found the strength to accept Growlithe as he is, and not force him to become the next lord. It was all thanks to the courage you showed me, Iscan. Perhaps we should save this discussion for another time after all. Great. Her again. I bring good luck to my sisters wherever I go, and ill luck to anyone who crosses our paths. Oh gods, you were thinking. You're not thinking when you type that. Oh wait. Oh, and I've seen the settlements of the Diamond? I think it was the Diamond, yeah. Not the Pearl, though. Trying to go back to all the areas we couldn't access before. Oh gods, you didn't not think you typed that. You saved me, so I fell in love. Sigh. I'm Yellows, and I'll be your unlucky charm. Oh, you spotted a 4-week clover? Well, I'll soon have you seeing double. I'm the middle sister, and I'm one clover you can't pick. Heads I win, and tails you lose. You've got no chance in this game of fortunes. I'm the youngest coin, but I'm definitely not your good luck piece. Ginyu Force, assemble! We're the Misfortune Sisters, known across the frigid land of Hisui. And your luck's just run out. Now get ready to hand over that Growlithe. You want to take my partner. If your aim is to pester us with bad jokes, those ridiculous introductions of yours were more than enough. Hey, yeah, exactly what she said. What was it like? Are they for real? Why, at the Diamond Clan? I guess from the one village, it seems like they're oddly modern. Is how I'd put it, despite there being, like, they've got log cabins that are, like, tents, too? But the interior is, like, very modern day setup, is my impression of it. Oh hey, it's another person with a Team Galactic haircut. Yeah, all three of them, they're apparently originally Team Galactic members who left for some reason. I don't know why. So now they go around doing stuff like this. Now, Gengar! Wow! Not the doggo. Thanks for the Growlithe fools. We three can't live the kind of lives we want because of narrow-minded groups like Diamond Clan and the Pearl Clan. If we want to live freely in the great land of Hisui, we need to have a powerful Pokemon on our side. Don't worry, we'll make sure this pup grows up nice and strong. We'll even make him a lord for you. Let's take the mutt to our camp and get to work. No one will bother us in a place so miserably hot. What? What did they get away with? Like, it's not like they had a motorboat or anything. What? No, Growlithe. They didn't even stay to fight. What a bunch of cowards. Why can't we just beat up the Gengar? Good question, especially since we just swapped in a Dusclops. What should we do, Dusky? This is an emergency, right? But wait, you see, I've never actually had my partner in battle before. Please, Dusky, I beg you, help us. Growlithe is a very, very dear Pokemon to me. Please save him. They said they were going a place where nobody would bother them. The only place around the Cobalt Island coastlands that seems suitable is Firespit Island. Oh, now that you have Basco Legion to help you cross the water, you can reach the island too. You know, convenient how the villains can get there without needing to go through all this. Please, could you find it in your heart to help Polina? Well, of course. Thank you, you're so kind. We will make our way to Firespit Island as well. No, Polina, you should wait here and keep Willow Growlithe safe. I'm sure he needs you right now. Though, I'm not sure if I want to go to an island with lightning and bandits and... No, come on, Dusty, no time to think. We must go. Now. You should also know that Basculegion can jump from the water's surface and then jump once again in the air to go even higher. Oh, so Basculegion is also a ninja. You can throw items from Basculegion's back too. Okay, nice. Considering I can't do that with the other mounts. In your case, I guess that would mean throwing Pokeballs to catch Pokemon. Honestly, I have to admit I'm still a little scared. Do you think you could head over first? Press plus or A while in the water to summon Basculegion and cross over on its back. Man, this tutorial picture of Basculegion is like, why did I agree to this? While riding Basculegion, you'll still be able to throw items. That's more Basculegion. When Basculegion jumps in the air, you'll have more time to adjust your aim before you throw. This guy is so brave and strong, you can always rely on him. Honestly, I have to admit I'm a little scared. Oh, same thing you said before. Alright. There we go. I guess I have to just push in far enough. But yeah, there's a definite temptation to go back to previous areas now. Let's see. So there's tons of islands here. I guess Fire Spit's all the way up here, but yeah, we could easily get distracted with this other stuff. Drive by. Oh, that's an already aggro one. Okay, I guess these are like small gathering islands. That helps make them not terribly distracting, I guess. That's ridiculous. So this is something that's not on the map. I guess it's just a shortcut? Which is nice. Because that means we don't have to go all the way around. think I want to explore these islands to make sure we've covered everything before we go to Fire Spit proper, especially since this might be where we find the Shellos. Actually, is that? Yeah, that's the Shellos. See if we can get them to turn around. See if we can catch them easily. I don't even remember how long ago we caught that first Shellos now. It's gonna be a pain to root through the boxes to find them for turning in the quest. Wow, that was definitely not on target, but apparently the game decided it's fine. Alright, good night, Nate. Thanks for watching. Have a good sleep. What? Question mark? How'd that miss? I was like right on top of it. It's an alpha gastrodon. Lots of angry stuff in the sea. Definitely way harder to sneak up on them too. that covers all the north stuff. I guess there's only this little bit here. Hey, there's another request over here now. Kinda wanna go see what it is, but I don't wanna backtrack that much. I guess I could teleport, but then we have to swim all the way over here again. It's interesting that this here is... actually, these two are their own sector? It's a little weird and suspicious. I'm gonna check those other islands before we land. This Gyarados, they seem a little bit smaller than usual. Convenient shellos. So I guess we didn't even need to go that far out to catch shelloses. Alright, well... aside from getting super distracted and going south here, all that's really left is this, and I guess if we wanted to make landing here. Turnback Cave. What an amazing name. You know what, I think I'm gonna actually go back to the beach side, even though it requires us to double back. Because we got a bunch of stuff we need to dump off. Wait, what? It targeted the tent when I was facing the chest. Yeah, that was an interesting hitbox. Hey, you there, Survey Corps kid. I need your help catching a Pokemon. The construction corps is busier than ever these days, making homes for all the new people in the village. We just don't have enough labor to handle everything, so we figured why not try and see if Pokemon could help us out. I searched around a while for reliable Pokemon that wouldn't need much training, and was lucky enough to find an incredibly robust Pokemon called Machoke. Now I'd love to get Machoke to join us myself, but I don't have the faintest idea how to go about catching such a strong-looking Pokemon. First thing to do then is to learn more about Machoke. Show me its completed Pokedex entry. How far are we with Machoke? Two, because we caught one. Well, I guess completing this probably wouldn't take too long, although we'd have to go back to the professor, which is kind of annoying. Well, my punch is stronger than your punch. Damn it. Stop self-destructing. Well, that's annoying. I guess there's not any other Machokes around here. Very annoying. That's the thing it did last time, too. Blowing itself up. But I don't know if I have anything that can do enough damage in one hit. Because none of my team is actually strong against flying anymore, in terms of dealing super effective damage. And of course, False Swipe doesn't help if it blows itself up. Man, it's actually kind of weird. This Machoke hasn't respawned. In almost any other area, it'd be like right on top of me after about 2 minutes. I might have to go back to camp and rest. Well, rip that much up. Oh yeah, the Machops are respawning super fast, but the Machokes don't. Those bullet punches are cute. Does the target of Double Edge being immune cause it to cause the attacker to not take damage? That seems unintuitive. I guess if that's how it works. I guess we're gonna have to go back and rest to see if maybe that does it. Otherwise, I guess we leave it for another time. Wait, did I go too far? Question mark? No, I haven't gone far enough. That's why. Yeah, the Machokes are just gone. Well, alright, rip for now. No, hey, nice. I didn't know if it was gonna automatically convert mounts for me there. But that's a really convenient feature. wonder if there's maybe an alpha hiding up in this corner or something. Wait, is that on the map? Oh, it's obscured by, okay, by the legend here. Wow, yeah, Man, I wonder if they knew the interface was gonna hide this island. Salt spray. Salt cake. Ultra Ball, I see. Salt cake is a cake made by combining salt with a cake-based lure, or a cake lure base. These cakes are potently effective at attracting Pokemon that bear resemblance to grass, plants, or minerals? I feel like grass Pokemon wouldn't want anything to do with salt. It could just be me, but salt, I think, typically doesn't agree too well with plants. Bye, Mothin. Bye, Mothin. Dazzling honey from a moth? Question mark? I guess this robot is presumably how they got here. I feel like we could have caught them if that's how they were making their getaway. Phew, Fire Spit Island. It's certainly hot enough to feel like a sweat bath, isn't it? And now we got a ghost and bandits to deal with on top of the heat. I'm very sorry, but do you think you could lead the way, Dusky? That poor Growlithe. I don't dare imagine what those bandits are doing to him now. I feel like they probably have no idea what to do. They're probably like, alright, we'll raise him to be Lord of this island. How do we do that? Well, we, things. So Magmars can detect from like a million miles away, which is great. Yeah, sure. Fire punch into the water ground. Ah. Wait, what? He saw me aggroed and then turned around. So I got the ambush. For no real reason. That is Black and Gente. It's a glassy black stone that produces a sharp cutting edge when split. It's swallowed by a certain Pokemon. Huh. Man, we might actually need to use PP restoring items if we're just fighting in Fermi and Growlways. Even though Water Pulse has a lot of, or a high max PP. No, focus on me. Oh my god. Should have taken the Growler out first. Well, we didn't get the Magmar, but we got a Mag B. That's something, right? Well, we found the altar. Ah, okay. So we don't even have to go into the Lava Dome Sanctum, apparently. Or maybe we do it after we fight them here. Also, I feel like there's a riff in this music from the Haunted Mansion in like Mewtwo's mansion in Red Blue. Last time they had a bunch of poison, which I guess includes Gengar. So Escargoon is probably a good mon to lead with. Come on, evolve already. Oh boy. We've done our homework. Any Pokemon gutsy enough to come to this lava trap is supposed to evolve. So get on with it already. You will become stronger, like it or not. Oh, look, the pest again. Stand back, sisters, I'll take care of her. Go, Abomasnow, smash this fool to pieces. Man, if I had Rapidash out, GG's. So this is kind of bad for Gastrodon. For that reason. Rapidash is so fast that I can swap her in and still get a turn, so... I don't get it. How'd I lose? Well, you see, I have this huge tank that can survive eating a 4x move, and then... you brought something that's 4 times weak to my Rapidash. You know, Abomasnow can't fight at full power and crazy heat like this. It wasn't a fair battle. We were basically going easy on you. In fact, how dare you make poor Abomasnow battle in such a stupidly hot place? You're the one who sent out Abomasnow, sister. Go on then, Toxicroak. Pour out some poison for our unwelcome guest. Might get knocked out here before we get to go. Wow, the obscure didn't help Toxicroak at all. What a blithering mooncalf I am. How could I let myself lose? I guess I lose a coin toss sometimes. I did warn you, didn't I, that I had a score to settle with the Galaxy team? All the pain and suffering I experienced after coming up here from the Kanto region to work. I'm going to make you pay for every last slight. Oh. This is kind of unfair. Bye, Rhino. Oh, that was a little bit rough, but it was 3 battles in a row, so what a disgrace. How could all of us have been? Hey, Charm, I healed up Abomasnow and Coin's Toxicroak. Good as new. Now we can keep battling until we run out of potions. What? Hey, no one invited you, Tiny. You're really gonna insist on getting in the way, you little runt. Take him down, Toxicroak. I know it's hot, but hang in there, Abomasnow. Smash that runt. Oh, you're sending Abomasnow against another fire Pokemon. What is wrong with you? Relic, please stop. You cannot beat such foes. Paulina, what are you doing here? I thought you were waiting with little Growlithe. I was, but then he jumped into the ocean without warning and swam all the way here. What? That is one determined fire dog. Into the ocean, but he was terrified of the ocean after it swallowed up the former lord. His own father. Fire type swimming, I know, right? It sounds like pain. Sounds like the ghost of an Arcanine might be around. Looks like he finally found his courage. The late Warden's child. He's evolved. His true bravery lay not in crossing the sea, but in finding the strength to face hardship head on. You gotta be joking me. Why'd the puny one evolve? Sisters, something's not right. Yeah, Berserk Ghost Arcanine? What? Wait, stay back. Or I guess it berserked, never mind, it berserked the Arcanine that just evolved. Rah! What's happened to him? That strange lightning hit him. He's become frenzied just like the other nobles. This is exactly what I didn't want to... Or this is exactly why I didn't want to come to this island. Everything was going just as we wanted before that awful mutt ruined everything. Enough of this, sisters. We leave this place. We won't be making any living without our wives. Hey, wait, this is all your fault. We should get out of here too, Paulina. Otherwise, we're fair game for Arcanine. Come on, Dusky, we should hurry. Lena. What are you going to do about Growlithe? I mean, Arcanine. That dear little Pokemon is my responsibility. As his warden, it is my duty to protect him with everything I have. Dusky, what must we do to quell his frenzy? Please, tell us what we need. Dog food. Hey, Eric, is that what they call shiny? Maybe. But probably shiny in a bad way. We'll need to make some bombs. Bombs? Rita, what are you talking about? I'm the leader of our clan. Is it so surprising that you... Or is it so surprising that I know a little more of these things than you, Lena? I held my tongue the first time, and now I must insist. Stop calling me Lena in front of everyone. Yes, I'm aware you're our leader, Rita. How could I forget that you were the one chosen? You who can use your Celestica flute to summon Pokemon and have them carry you to even the furthest reaches of Vastisui. I've learned a little about these frenzies as well. There's a special method for dealing with them. We can make bombs, pouches containing a mix of the Lord's favorite foods, and throw them from a safe distance. Isn't that right, Dusky? How do we quell his fury? Well, we could sacrifice the bandits. Yeah, I think that ship sailed when they got away, unfortunately. Well, in that case, I do always carry some of Growlithe's favorite foods with me, so I can thank him when he uses his flames to help prepare Basculegian's favorite meal. Why, Iskin, once again your thoughtfulness saves the day. Now we can make those bombs right away. Yes, let's get right to work. They're ready. Here are the bombs we need. Please let me know when you feel prepared to try to quell Lord Arcanine's frenzy. We're gonna definitely need Escargoon. So that's our main way of dealing with fire. I have serious doubts that Tower is gonna do anything, but we're gonna have a full team just to make sure we can triage, I guess. If I need to use some items, I can maybe have them tank a hit. Preferably not, but you know, sometimes things don't go as planned. Are you ready, Dusky? Yes, I'm ready. Dusky, please do your utmost to save my dear Arcanine. He may have finally become a ward, but it's clear this frenzy is causing him to suffer greatly. Be on your guard. The light Lord Arcanine would launch devastating attacks after standing still and gathering weight around himself. Remember that while you're dodging, moves will slip right by you. Good luck. Man, there's like no room to dodge. Sarah. He's charging something. Guess maybe I'm supposed to pelt him while he's charging the Earth Fire attack. Wow, I mean, I switched immediately and that didn't really give me a chance to hit him. The one shot. I hit dodge there, but apparently it didn't work out. I call shenanigans. Like, I seriously hit dodge as soon as he launched. Like, pretty much just like that, but for some reason, it didn't work. I'm doing it too early because I'm nervous about timing. What, really? Yeah, he's like catching me with the Iron's end. Why is it not hitting? That should have been the right distance. Because I was hitting him with them before. I can't heal myself with the potions. Well, it shouldn't really even be necessary. Like, he shouldn't be catching me mid-attack through the icons like that. That's kind of bold. Yeah, that's how it should have gone the first time. Oh look, the strange way has left Arcanine and is vanishing into the space-time rift. Receive the flame plate. Stone tablet imbued with the essence of fire. When used on certain Pokemon, it allows the Pokemon to gain the power of fire type. What could possibly lie on the other side of the rift, I wonder? Ghost doggos. What? Was that two different Arcanine cries just now? Ghost doggo. Oh, now I understand. My little Growlithe. Ah, no, I misspoke. Where are the Isles, Arcanine? You and I must now live apart so that we may attend to our separate duties. Now, all will be well. You're strong, far stronger than me, in fact. From now on, let us strive to fulfill our duties as Lord and Warden. Go now, Lord Arcanine. Your realm awaits. Was I the only one who felt like they heard the cry of the previous Lord Arcanine earlier? Oh? How odd, I certainly didn't. Please, I do hope you're joking. I'm easily scared as is. What am I to do if I start hearing the cries of ghosts all the time? No need to worry, Iskin, I only kid. I also heard the voice of the previous lord calling out to us. It seems I wasn't the only one watching over his young pup this whole time. Ooh, yes. How does a dog ooh, though? Desky, you have my heartfelt thanks for helping my dear little one, the new Lord Arcanine. I'm sorry to ask even more of you, but please look after Irita as well. Now then, Iskin, I believe we'd best be off. Desky. It wasn't much use just watching from the side, was I? You know, when Lena wouldn't raise Growlithe to be the new lord, and people in our clan were doubting her fitness as a warden, I urged her to put Growlithe through the proper training, but she snapped at me. This poor Pokemon saw his own father die, she told me. Is it a warden's duty to force a child in such pain through sad training? Those words left me with much to consider. And even when Arcanine became Lord of the Isles and grew frenzied, all I could do was watch. And what about the bombs? Please, all I did was arrive late and help explain about the bombs. Something you could have done without me. Is that so praiseworthy? Do I deserve to be recognized for such a slight contribution? I took leadership of the Pearl Clan so young, with no grand vision of what it should be. Still, I tried to respect our old customs and sites, even as some call me old-fashioned for it. But watching you, I finally see. I know that I want what I want to do. I want to protect this vast land of history. Grant me another battle someday, Desky. I want to battle alongside my partners, so we can grow strong enough to be of help to you. And to broaden the horizons of the world I see. Looks like I've got Lena to thank for yet another lesson that I've learned. I should let her know. And hear more about her relationship with Warden Iscan while I'm at it. Shipper on deck. Ghost Doggo's ooh by howling. Yes, I guess that is pretty intuitive, isn't it? Here's where we part for now, Dusky. I need to get off this Lebanon island. Me too. I guess we could also just teleport back. I'm curious about some of these, like the Lava Dome Sanctum and whatnot. Wonder if I can get into it and what's there if there isn't. Is it raining on a volcano? I mean, why wouldn't it? Wow, the Magmar is just spawning in behind me, huh? Like, I seriously barely got to go anywhere, what the heck? Fine, get over here. It's interesting having a Magmar use tackle. I mean, I guess it makes it so he's not attacking into water with fire, but still. Well, this lava river makes it so we're definitely not going this way. Oh, the Firestone is yellow, okay. You are a stone that makes certain species of Pokemon evolve. Stone has a fiery orange heart. And stats up. This ancient power can be fun that way. Maybe I need some kind of flyer, because I don't see any other way we're getting around that. Well, actually, I guess if I got a mount that's immune to lava too, that could work. But I have a feeling I have a feeling flying would be more likely than the other way around. Did we actually lose any supplies for that? So I don't think we lost anything for the boss blockades. I guess I don't know what I expected with these tiny islands here. Yeah, not that interesting. Pineapples. I see. I would be very upset if that didn't work. Actually... probably a Burmese, so I'd probably work to use Rapidash. It's a level 17 Burmese. I think it's a bit out of its depth. How dare you? Trying to put my owl to sleep. To that I say nay. Our Golducks are really perceptive compared to the Psyducks. So I was definitely crouching behind the grass there. With a Psyduck, I could practically be on their flank before they actually notice me. I see that as a Alpha Empoleon. We haven't even seen a Piplup yet. There's no Piplups around it either. It's just like this isolated Empoleon. That's weird. And none of these Mons want to face away from me. $69. I don't think even a Leaden Ball is gonna work. Does the Salt Cake work on? No. See, the Salt Cake is the thing that I thought would work on sea stuff, but it's the plants. It's pathfinding. Yeah, I don't know if we even had a catchable icon off that. I guess I could have tried throwing the Ultra.
How long have you been standing there?
Hey, Curious, thanks for the aid. How were things over? Were you doing Overwatch again tonight? All you really know about this game is Snorlax memes and the Mega Beans. I'm not even sure what the Mega Beans or what the Mega Beans are. It's good. This is going alright. It's easy to get really distracted and wander off into just random side areas. There's a lot of those in this game. Everyone's playing this or Lost Ark. I guess they are relatively new. I don't usually get into MMO stuff. At least I have to be very careful about what I do get into, so usually stuff like Lost Ark is off the table for me. Mostly about Snorlax destroying stuff with Mega Beams. Frankly terrifying when you think about it. Yeah, it's fair. Although, usually, because I'm primarily a Go player as far as, like, Pokemon goes. What I tend to remember as a meme about Snorlax is, he likes to use Earthquake. Which seems like it should be equally terrifying. If you're curious about Lost Ark, do you think your next big game is probably going to be the New Horizon game? Not sure I'm familiar with that. Okay, I think maybe we should just leave the Empoleon alone for now. I don't know if we have the means to catch it. Cause like, I guess I didn't wait for the Raspberry to go before I threw the lead balls. I have a feeling it wasn't actually gonna work. Even if it did, it was probably really bad odds for catching. So we might need to wait until we have actual equipment geared towards level 69s. Wait, did he just turn around to give me the ambush on him? Or her? It's really weird when opposing aggro mons do that. It's like, oh yeah, let me get distracted for a second so you can basically murder me in the back. I'm not going to say. Alright. I would like to have snuck up to do a Len Ball toss, but that other Toxic Krug is covering. Horizon something West, you brain fired the subtitle sequel to the Horizon Zero Dawn. I'm not sure I'm familiar with that either. Zero Dawn is one of the few games you platinumed and bothered to fully complete. Huh. And what was that game about? I should have hit the back. I don't know, this game is a bit weird about registering hitboxes. Because we recently were in. Wait, where are you going? What? I don't understand what's going on. It's like, I want to fight you, and then run the opposite direction. It's a post-apocalyptic world with robot animals and the main character Alloy digging into how they got where they are and such. Huh. Oh, we don't want to give up grit dust. I don't think we need to carry these caster frames. We've got a bunch in storage already. I'll admit that does sound like a very unique premise. Yeah, okay, the Toxic Croak is taking invasive maneuvers. I caught him unaware, even though he was the one who tried to engage me. Wow, okay, even Mud Bomb kills him. Suppose we're gonna have to hold back a little more. Oh my god. What's with this respawn rate? Like, I'm not dallying or anything. I'm fighting these about as fast as I possibly can. Well, I guess that one Toxic Krug is just completely distracted over there now. That's one thing I really don't like with this, is that the game is not shy about respawning stuff right beside you. Just like, but why? Reminds you that you need to continue your PC playthrough so you can get, or you can do the story DLC that you didn't get to do on the console. Well, I guess, seems like now's as good a time as any to do it. And we're finally able to get through this section. Oh, it's just the base of a tree. But something else was over there. I guess if I really wanted to just bypass them, I could have rode, but I kinda wanted to catch the Toxicroaks, or at least one. Okay, where is this? Oh, I see. Turnback Cave is at, like, the top of a mountain, which is what we're beside right now. So, we can't make ill-advised moves and attempt to explore it. Unless there's a path through there somehow. Oh, that looks like it's an alpha. What level is it? I guess I'll just get out of here. Well, there is a path here, but I think it just leads up to where we were before and doesn't actually really extend in a meaningful way. Maybe? Sort of? Yeah, we're either gonna need to be able to fly or have something with much better climbing power. Because this is steep, very steep, and even though like I can kind of finagle this, it's not. Yeah, it's not even letting the jump register. Actually, I wonder if there's an invisible wall or something. Alright, well, maybe it's time to just head back to camp. Hey, Fred. You haven't seen any of this run, but you hope for role-playing is chaotic neutral at minimum. uh, hate to disappoint you, but we're being a little more goody two-shoes. Although, there's probably some questionable ethics about what we're doing for catching Pokemon, but... you know. I think that kind of applies to most of the Pokemon games in general. Maybe I'll just buy some Great Balls and use the materials on the let-in. Ouch, my wallet. Although, I guess we should get a bunch back for talking to Laventon. Cool, we completed Burmy. I guess because we got all 3 types, it was worth 2 points. I guess I needed to use Mud Bomb with my Gastrodon more. And maybe Strong Style it? Because unless I want to be catching extra Gastrodons, I should probably be farming the points with my own. Gotta break some Pokeballs to make a Poke Omelet, as the saying you made up goes. Sure. So we gotta capture some Pokemon for dubious reasons. Well, no harm in that. Yes, I'd say so to some degree. It's dubious ways of doing the research. And of course, we're more than a little violent about it at times. Oh, it wants me to use Fire Blast? Gross. Man, we're really close to actually finishing Toxicroak. Maybe we needed to linger a little longer. Alright, Machoke is kind of the important one because we need to finish it to complete a quest. Ah, 140 points short. We quelled the new Lord Arcanine. Oh, let's tell Commander Komodo the good news then, shall we? Back to Jubilife we go. Alright, and I'm getting hijacked by the story, so I guess we'll have to do the quest afterward. Which, I guess maybe not so bad, because leaving the area will probably respawn those Machokes, if nothing else. Why, hello again! Wonderful timing as always, I see. You really came to my rescue with that pickling stone, you know? You're quite the little helper. So I wonder if I can impose on you again to help with a new pickle proposal of mine. I was down by the sea gathering fresh ingredients recently when, wouldn't you know it, an artillery popped up and sprayed me with ink. But here's the thing, the ink, well, it actually tasted rather good. What? No, what? I think we need to leave this line of conversation. Inspiration quite literally struck me at that moment. I knew I could use this ink to create pickles the likes of which the world has never seen. But making food out of something a Pokemon has spat up seems risky, to say the least, no? So a little research on artillery is in order, I think. That's where you come in, dear. If you learn more about artillery, please let me know. We probably have to finishing up the dex entry for it. Yeah. Ugh. Okay, well... how far did we get with artillery? 4. Yeah, might need some work. I have some new styles in stock. Please feel free to have a look. What can I help you with, hon? Wait. Is she talking about the bowler's hat? I see. I was wondering if she was talking about the stuff that she got in stock last time, but... No, these bowler's hats are definitely different. I am still seriously tempted by some of these handkerchiefs, but... I don't like them as much as the default one. Just because these sit a little too tightly. You think there's some intoxicants in that ink? That would probably explain a lot, wouldn't it? Okay, so she didn't get that many new things in. I guess we'll see what turning this quest in gets us. About your request. You got the shells I asked about? I'd like to see the pink one first then. Could you show me the light blue one now, too? It's quite beyond me why Shellos would have different colors, but I think it's absolutely charming that they change things up depending on where they live. It's more than just color. Very different characteristics in general, really. We here in Jubilife Village have also journeyed far from where we used to live. Maybe a change in the color of our clothing is what we need, just like Shellos. Ah, yes, I've got it. I took advantage of the inspiration I was feeling and prepared my lineup. I'd be very pleased if you would have a look. Alright, well, let's see. Anything in between? My headband's not new. No new festival masks. Woven hat. No, that's not new. Flat cap. I think that's... I'm pretty sure flat cap was in here before. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything different. At least as far as I can remember. Like, I don't remember the entire stock, but like, nothing really stands out to me. Yeah, I don't get it. What did she change? Oh, tailored's... I think tailored suit might be different. I'm not sure how Shellos inspired tailored suit, if that's the case. It's, I mean, I guess it's not bad. It looks very weird with the sash, though. The styles are very clearly different. Were the ankle boots here before? I feel like no? I'm not sure what they'd go with. Well, I guess they'd probably go with the suit. Monocles. Okay, I think the monocles might be new. Oh. Yeah, I guess to go with the suit, So, like, I can't preview it all at the same time. But, like, I guess the tailored suit plus a monocle plus the ankle boots. Yeah, that's interesting. Let's see, did we have anyone else we had to turn stuff in for? Oops. That. How many do we actually have of the... We might have hit 10 spirits? 11. Okay, so I think we get another reward if we talk to the girl for... talk to the girl about it. Yeah, 10, okay. Rare candy. Nice. Oh yeah, I guess I should dump a bunch of this into the storage. Not that the... I'm pretty sure the farm also auto-loots, but... Hey, I hear you're quite the Pokemon expert. I was wondering, do you know anything about a Pokemon that has two tail fins? I saw one swimming along the other day, fluttering its two tail fins behind it. Is that Finian, I think? Maybe? It looks so lovely. I was captivated right away. I really wanted to see that Pokemon again, but this time I'd like to get a good look at it up close. So if you catch a Pokemon with two tail fins, please come show it to me. Did you bring one of those Pokemon with two tail fins to show me? I can't actually tell, because it's a portrait. Well, let's see if she accepts this. Okay, yeah, I did remember it correctly. Man, this thing is way larger than I imagined. The way it wiggles its fins is so adorable. It's like they're fluttering in the wind. You've outdone yourself on this one. Thanks so much for taking on my request. From now on, you Survey Corps folks have my full support. Keep giving it your all out there. Well, that was easy. Star piece. What does star piece do? Small shard of a beautiful gem that gives off a distinctly red sparkle. It can be sold at a high price to the general store. Okay, well, I mean, money's money. Wait, who's... Oh, okay, it's the marker's trying to tell me that the Machoke guy is still waiting for me. At least I think so. Okay, let's teleport to the farm then. Oops, wrong button. Caster friendlies, pumpkins, dirty rains, Sipfoot, sand radishes. I don't know if we've done sand radishes before. Apparently the game is is obliging, so this bitter root originally native to sandy beaches can now be raised even in frozen soil. It is pickled to make a sweet and spicy treat known as twice spiced radishes. So I guess more lure stuff. Mushroom harvest, berry harvest. Actually berry harvest is probably what I'd be most interested in if they're gonna get me raspberries. 3,000, oof. Alright, well, this better be good. You're a bit surprised about how much these sound effects or how much these sound effects have in common with similar sound effects from Breath of the Wild. I guess I can't comment on that myself since I've never played Breath of the Wild, but I guess maybe that's why people keep making the comparisons if you're noting that. Specifically when picking up and receiving items. Huh. Alright, since we got someone new to the team, let's have a look. Move tutoring. Actually, now that Benita has a Rapidash, is there anything new? That would be a no. Boulders. Ominous wind. I don't think we need more ghost moves. We already have like 3 ghost moves available. And Shadow Ball is a thing. Fire. Oh, punches, right. And rocks. Holy crap. Dusclops's move pool is ridiculous. Expensive, but ridiculous. You're surprised I haven't played that one? I'm so intellectually curious, and that game is really a sandbox for that sort of thing. It's one of those ones that I put it on the list and never got around to. His extension with Zelda bolted onto it. Interesting way to describe it. Let's see. So we did bench our Graveler for this, so maybe we take... I guess we could take Rock Slide and... Well, Ice Punch kind of overlaps it. Actually, it's kind of funny. 3 of those 4 coverage moves hate on flying. Yeah, because otherwise the Gastrodon's the only one with a rock move. We do have Ice Fang on Cat. But I don't know if there's a point in Thunder Punch or Fire Punch. Especially since we got a bunch of fighting. So like Steel's covered. I guess we'd maybe like it for anti-grass, because we don't really have... We've gotten rid of a lot of our flying stuff. I guess we do have a bug move. And not the bug move on the Dusclops, it's on the Cricketine. I guess Ice gets grass as well. Ice would get grass and flying, but then that sort of conflicts with rock. I guess Rock Slide would get fire where Ice Punch doesn't. Ice is kind of just a good all-around attack type, otherwise. So I'm not sure if I'd really want to take fire over it. So maybe I'll just, yeah, do Rock Slide Ice Punch. I guess we have to do it one at a time. I'm not crazy about rock slide's accuracy, but it's what we got to work with. What is Dark do, or the Dark Pulse doing for us that the Ghost stuff doesn't? Although I guess it had its perfect hit, so that's a little bit hard to give up. So maybe we drop Shadow Sneak and Life Leech, or Leech Life. Yeah, that's what I thought with the Dark and Ghost having redundancy. Bit unfortunate. I guess the ghost stuff also has stab, so that gives it even more advantage for our Dusclops, because I think it's just single ghost type, isn't it? Yeah, single ghost type. But I think it's still worth having the 100% accuracy with Dark Pulse, just in case. Now, before you buy a weed treat, lend me your ear a moment, would you, lass? I came up with a new treat using candy truffles, but it's caused me nothing but sorrow. Every last person who tries this is beyond saving. A complete disaster. Utterly terrible. I've had to shelve this new creation, and there it remains in a salty puddle of my bitter tears. It'll likely never see the light of day again. It seems like I'll never be able to pull profit from my creation, but I'd at least like to share my recipe with someone lest it be forgotten entirely. You like making things with your own hands, don't you? I could share my recipe with you. I've got plenty of candy truffles to spare, but you'll need to bring a sootfoot root, a springy mushroom, and a hobbleberry. Got that? I see. I think I've got those in storage. Maybe not. Well, we got springy mushroom. Oh, there's the huckleberry. Alright. How many did we need? Oh, just one of each. Okay. Let's put this other stuff away. It's taking up a lot of space. Now the new organization moved it around. there's a Huckleberry. So we just need one of those, and then Springy Mushroom. So let's talk to these guildies. Doesn't look like anything new. Wow, candy truffle is pretty expensive. This guy's recipe is gonna cost a lot to do anything with. Tiny cake set. I'll pass. At least that one I sort of know what it does. You want to learn the secrets of making my special swap snacks. You'll need the ingredients. Bring me Sifid root. Oh wait, did I... I might have accidentally shelved the Sifid root. I'm smart. Okay, now we got it all. I'm ready to learn. And learn from the master. You just invented this. Obtain a swap snack. When eaten, this curious snack temporarily swaps Pokemon's offensive and defensive stats. That sounds dangerous. Well, if that isn't just typical of our famed Survey Corps recruit. Took it like a Finian to water. Swap snacks seem to swap a Pokemon's offensive and defensive stats for a time. It's a curious sort of mix-up. Not at all what I was going for, but life stirs up all kinds of surprises. You Survey Corps folks end up fighting against all sorts of different Pokemon, don't you? If anyone can find good use for my swap snacks, I'm sure it'd be someone like you. Sure, we'll go with that. Okay, so otherwise we've got... Well, I guess at least one request inside could be more. Man, this cascade is taking its time. It's starting to make me wonder if they'll actually finish up that quest line. Or if that guard's just gonna be forever in limbo. Uh-oh. His sister got lost again. Here you are. I've been looking for you. My sister Wanda went off to the Cobalt Coastlands and she never came back. I've asked her fellows in the security corps to be on the lookout, but they haven't found her. I'm so worried. Do you think you can find her? You can use that old kerchief of hers again if you need to track her down by scent. Alright, looks like we're search and rescue again. Please find Wanda again for me. She should be somewhere in the Cobalt Coastlands. Eevee's evolution. Loro from the Construction Corps is looking for some advice about evolving his Eevee. Lend an ear to the old chap and see if he can be of any assistance. Taste of honey. Almost from the Agriculture Corps thinks he's discovered something about Combi's honey. Speak to the good fellow and help him out with his research. I think that might be inside here. No, I guess he's hanging around outside. Interesting. You did well on your mission in the Cobalt Coastlands. Your efforts aided not only the Galaxy team, but the Pearl Clan as well. I do hope your efforts will also have an impact on the space-time rift somehow. If we are able to get rid of that rift, it should clear any lingering debts about your origins. I mean, would it actually? But how we might actually close that rift, I haven't the slightest idea. Remain true to the mission. Potato mochi time. If you notice that today's potato mochi tastes a bit different, well, that's because I used the Pokemon's flames to roast them. Bon appetit! Birth of a new Pokemon Lord. What a sight that must have been. If only I had journeyed to Firespit Island to witness the event myself. Could you even ride on Basco Legion in the first place, Professor? Well, everyone else somehow got there. Come now, you know my coordination is so poor I could even hit my own foot with a Pokeball. I can't dodge Pokemon attacks to quite literally save my own skin. Of course, I can't possibly ride atop a fearsome beast like Basco Legion. That being said, boats. We'd all do well to remember these wise words. The ever-striving soul is rewarded in the end. And strive I shall. For the sake of my research, I will surely ride a Pokemon one day and record the experience in our Pokedex for all posterity. Just you watch. The next day. Good morning, good lady who came from the sky. Commander Kamado told me to let you know he awaits your arrival in his office. Who are you? Let's see, I have your next orders. You must go to the Coronet Highlands to quell another frenzied noble, Electrode, Lord of the Hollow. Electrode has the propensity to store up electricity in its body and then unleash it. But since Electrode became frenzied, those electric outbursts have become giant blasts. We'll be enlisting the Pearl Clan's aid in securing you safe passage to Electrode's seat. I've sent word ahead to Rita asking. No, you don't have permission to go up. Oh, save it. As if I'll be stopped by the likes of you. Now, out of my way. Hey ho, Bossman Kamado. I thought it might have slipped your mind to send me an invite, so I took the liberty of stopping by anyway. Melly, where are your manners? We're having an important conversation. Well, there's your issue right there, Adaman. How exactly did you intend to discuss Electrode without me? It's Mighty Warden here to weigh in. There's no more to discuss. We've already asked Dusky to quell the Lord of the Hollow. Oh, come on. Is it me you're trying to humiliate here, or our entire clan? Besides, do you really think this flimsy little noodle can quell Electrode? Commander, I'm sincerely sorry for this heedless interruption. Pay it no mind. It seems even Security Corps personnel I trained myself cannot stop one so capable as Warden Millie. That being said, yes? It is clear that the Security Corps needs even further rounds of training from me later. Time to get suplexed. Hear that, Millie? The Security Corps will solve themselves asleep tonight, thanks to you. The Commander's sumo moves can send even boulders flying. Now, that will do. Dusky, you have your orders. See to it that Electrode is quelled. Warden Millie, of course we would appreciate your help if there's anything you might assist with. Now go. But first, distractions. Listen, Millie, the Galaxy team, well, at least Dusky is amazing, and we'll prove it. Follow me outside. I have a feeling we're about to Pokemon battle. Wait, why is it... The game says current location is outside quarters, but I am very clearly in Galaxy Hall. What the heck? Right, is there any... No, there's requests at basically everything outside, though. Hey, look, the game actually knows where I am now. Fancy that. Oh, it's a Leafeon. I can't talk to it, though. Alright, Dusky, go around with me. Sure, you bet. Millie, make sure you watch closely now. What is it with these matches and adding additional EVs? Alright, well, we do resist Leafeon's standard attacks. So rather than making a swap right away, I think I'm gonna go in with Aura Spear here. That's okay. So using Agile Cell swaps Eevee and Leafeon's turn order? What? That doesn't make any sense and is not helpful in any way. I guess it's easy to try to get like 3 quick attacks in a row here. Just 2. You think the agile cell lowers the target speed rather than increases yours? Weird, because the game says it increases in the tutorial that increases your turn order or your action speed for the following action. So I guess that means the game might be lying if it doesn't work that way. You see how good Dusky is now, yes? No more sneering at her. Now, I think our helper from the Pearl Clan was going to meet you at the training grounds once you're ready. Till later, Dusky. Glad to have your help, as always. Millie, shift yourself, unless you want to get even more of an earful than you're already due for. Aw, come on, Animan, cut me some slack here. Dusky. Join me in the Survey Corps office. We'll go over the particulars of your new mission. Your survey work will take you to the Coordinate... Or I guess Coordinate Highlands next. You'll be on the Rift's doorstep. There's no telling what perils await. Your current rank qualifies you to conduct research in the Coordinate Highlands. Really? I'm surprised that rank 4 is actually enough. I assumed it would add 1-star requirement each time, but apparently we don't have to be 5-star. But you will need help from a particular person to survey and ultimately quell this electrode. Go to the training grounds, you should find them there. It's curious. Because I guess that kind of implies we're gonna do another battle, maybe? Or something? Because normally we just go to the gate and off we go. But not this time. Although I think I want to tackle the side quests before we go pushing the story forward. Because we left a bunch of stuff hanging. What am I to do? At this rate, I'll make a real fool of myself in front of Conlan. Eh? Oh, hello. You're one of those kids from the Survey Corps, right? Ah, you might actually be just the person I need to help me out with a little research. My boy Conlan and I are planning to head to Prelude Beach at night to try and find the ghosts that are rumored to haunt the place. But ghosts scare the daylights out of me. My son, yeah, he's terrified of them. You'd think we could just knock out and call it a day, but no, I'm afraid his little heart's set on this. But, you know, a fella can't stay scared of ghosts forever, right? It's just too tragic. For my boy, I mean. So maybe if I stay up on ghosts, I can find a way to help my boy conquer his fears. If you've got any research data on spooky Pokemon, Ghastly would be a good one. I'd be mighty grateful if you shared it with me. I don't think we've got completed Ghastly. Let's see, was it? Yeah, 6 points. I guess it wouldn't be too hard to complete it. We require going back to the Mirelands. Well, I guess we're gonna have to gather something for Choi again to get new stock. Oh, it's my most valued customer. I was just hoping you'd come by. You need new goods again? Yes, it's the same business all over again. Tao Hua just refuses to supply any new goods to me. I suppose you must be wondering why he refuses any time I try to deal with him directly. Well, let's just say he has his reasons. Please speak to Tao Hua for me, would you? I imagine you'll have better luck if you bring him some crunchy salt. It's a gesture of goodwill. Crunchy salt, huh? That's an interesting phrase. Perhaps 3 hunks to be safe. Alright, well, we won't be able to do that until we go to the heights. No, that's not quite right. It just needs a little extra something. Oh, just the girl I need. I could use some help coming up with new hairstyles. I've hit a real wall here. A Pokemon would be great for inspiration, I bet. Right now I'm picturing, yeah, Mischievous. If I could study a Mischievous up close, I'm sure I'd come up with some amazing new styles. If you manage to catch a Mischievous, bring it here so I can have a look, okay? I'm pretty sure we haven't encountered them. So that's probably another new area thing. If I may, would it please you if I expanded the variety of clothes I carry? Yeah, sure, definitely. Seek new clothes is the true calling of any fashion-conscious person, after all. But I need some inspiration to come up with new designs. I'd like to see the Pokemon Wormadam. Alright, it's probably another new area thing. I assume they want another Pokemon to help with farming here. Maybe a grass? Nice to see you again, Mr. Ricor. You got great timing as always. I want to make the fields even bigger, see? But there's some boulders sitting right in the way. Oh, he wants fighting, I guess. If you lend us a Pokemon that can smash into pieces with Rock Smash, we'd be mighty grateful. What do I have? Did you bring a Pokemon that's already to use the move Rock Smash for us? The chance he has Rock Smash? Alright, well, you can just give him this random Machoke. Okay, I thought there was a limit to the pastures, like at 10, but I guess not. Can you give him a Rhydon? Sure, let's just do the Machoke. Your Pokemon will sure be a big help in expanding the fields. Might as well get started. Wowee! Your Pokemon pulverized those pesky boulders like they were yesterday's gravel. Now I'm all pumped up. Sit back, old Miller is gonna make the fields bigger than ever. And I'm all done. That was some fine work. Any crops we plant here will do great, and it's all thanks to you two. We'll keep your Pokemon here to help out with the field's work a while longer. Just give it a holler if you want to swap to a different Pokemon to do some rock smashing. I imagine that's probably the last one. I'm not sure where they'd put more fields if they did another quest. I suppose they could come up with something else to add. That's not just like a brand spanking new field, but you know. Alright. So we got Search and Rescue, we got Machoke. We got some other dexes we can fill out too. Or dex entries, rather. Oh, is it Arita waiting for you at the training grounds? You should go see her before you leave. Well, I guess we're gonna have to duel Arita, too. Well, hopefully the story doesn't completely hijack us here. I'd like to go back to the other zones before being forced to go to the next one. His name's Ingo, apparently. I look forward to conducting you on this endeavor. Oh, I see. That's a face mask. As part of his hat, apparently. That's weird. God, I imagine Brad must hate this thing. But from the front, it totally looked like strange face paint to me. Like, I guess barbarian face paint? Which obviously does not fit with his style. Hello, Dusky. This gentleman is Warden Ingo. He serves Sneasler. He will guide you to her domain. Please properly meet you. I apologize for the abrupt how do you do before. I am the Warden Ingo. I understand you'll need a hand from Sneasler in order to meet Electrode. I'm unfamiliar with Sneasler, so should be interesting. Whether she'll see fit to help you, however, we can only find out by making the journey. Now, let's have a safe journey to Mount Coronet. All aboard! Ingo's a bit like you, you know? Like me. He appeared one day from who knows where. What's more, much of his memory seems to be missing. Huh. Maybe traveling with you will help fill in some of the gaps in his memory. In any case, I'm glad to have your help to count on. Once again, Dusky. Good luck up in the Highlands. Okay, well, I guess we didn't have to Pokemon duel. Wait, don't we have to talk to... Hold on a second. We were supposed to talk to 2 people for some of these side quests. Which was it? Eevee's Evolutions. And then the agriculture one. Oh, Sarah's above. Where's he gone? Survey Corps kid, listen. Remember the Eevee I befriended with the help of some Jubilife muffins? Well, he's vanished. I was hoping to get some advice on evolving him, but I can't evolve the little guy if he's gone. Please, help me find Eevee. Come to think of it, the folks working at Galaxy Hall were always fussing over Eevee. Maybe that'd be a good place to start looking. I guess we gotta go inside. Oh yeah, I guess I was gonna upgrade my bag too. Oh, these are getting to be so expensive. $8,000. Well, we are gonna do a bunch of catching research, so I think that 3 should be good. Unaffordable. Is this one 9,000? Yeah. I'm kind of afraid of what's gonna happen when we hit 10,000. Is it gonna start jumping up by 5,000 increments? I really hope not. This person's new. If you're attacked by Pokemon or fall off a tall ledge or cliff, you'll black out for sure. Be careful out there. Definitely not Eevee related. I think those conversations have changed much. I guess maybe this is where the dead ends come into play. Maybe the Eevee's just like hanging out. Wait, what? I swear it gave me a message there? Maybe not. But I thought for a second it looked like I could actually open the door. Okay, that's a no-go. Down here? Okay. A lot of these people aren't even saying different things, so it kind of makes me wonder if Eevee's even inside here. Yeah, there's nothing. I guess we could go upstairs. I have a hard time believing that Eevee would be hanging out in Kamada's office, but you never know. Actually, I guess the second floor is still potentially open to several places where Eevee could be placed. So nothing out of the ordinary. Oh! I guess Eevee, wait. Eevee became an Umbreon. Brett? Eevee? Oh, I guess not. My mistake. Seems like Eevee's not here either. But something about this Pokemon reminds me of good little Eevee. Come on, man. You were just talking about evolution. Can't you put 2 and 2 together? No, it must be my imagination. No, apparently he can't put 2 and 2 together. Uh-huh. Bravery. What's that? Hungry, are we? Survey Corps Kid, would you make me a Jubilife muffin? If I can watch this Pokemon chow down like Eevee did, maybe I'll understand this nagging feeling I get when I look at... Oh, this Umbreon's so depressed. It's so sad. Bruh. What'll happen if I give it a Jubilife muffin? This guy needs help. Okay, the question is, do I actually have the mats for it? It's the mushroom cake? No. It's, Actually, I think it was. Man, it's been a while since that quest, I kinda don't remember, but I think this is the only thing in terms of crafting? No wait, there's the muffin. Good thing I didn't waste my mats on it. Alright, raspberry, Huffos. Yeah, I don't really want to give up the raz, but the rest of this is fine, I guess. So, yeah, sure, fine, we'll use 1 raspberry. We need to cure Umbreon's depression. I guess maybe I have to throw it? Except I can't do it in here. Oh, I guess talking to the Umbreon itself. Bravery. Do you want to party with a Jubilife muffin? Of course. Great. Look at it chow down. It really is a split hitting image of Eevee when it does that. Or could it somehow be the real Eevee? Dude, come on. We're trying real hard to help you here, but you're denser than rock. Free! Eevee, it is you! I miss you, you little rascal. Facepalm. Never thought you'd evolve on your own. I suppose the professor did mention how Eevee can evolve even without any stone at all. Suppose I haven't got much use for these evolution stones I'd set aside for Eevee. I'd like you to have one of them, little lady. Which would you like? Well, if I make my own Eevee, we're totally going Flareon, because Flareon is the best. I'm pretty sure we're playing along with the guy just to prank him. Maybe. Alright then, use it well. Get these precious stones to mini visit to the Ginkgo Guild. Actually, we might have found one in the volcano, but oh well. We'll make an army of Floof then. Oh, look at that. The Umbreon's tilted head is so good. Yeah, look at the head. Umbreon's just watching. So cute. No matter what form he takes, Eevee is always cute when he stuffs his little cheeks with food. Alright, that was certainly not what I expected out of that quest. Alright, so the other one was the agriculture one, but which one was it? Taste of Honey, I think? Yeah, Taste of Honey. Alright, where is... okay. Easy destination. Listen, I've been gathering combi honey for work, and I'm starting to think that their honey's flavor varies between groups of combi. I'd like to look into the differences more, but that'd mean collecting honey from combi hives in all sorts of areas, and that's a bit too much for this lone fella. That's where you come in. I'd love if you could bring me combi from 3 different areas. Oh boy. First give me a combi from Grueling Grove, would you? I think the combi I got is from there. But I don't have the combis from... I don't have a combi from the coast, and presumably there's one in Coronet. Brought me a combi from Grueling Grove, have you? I don't have the desired Pokemon, huh? I'll have to test the taste, or to taste test the honey that's different groups of honey these combis make. Okay. So where's my combi from then? It was found in the Obsidian Fieldlands, but... what was the specific... area? So... what the... oh, I guess there's a new request because I can actually go through the water here now. Okay, so I guess since there's not any other specification, this one I caught would be from the Heartwood. I don't see a grueling grove here. And the Mara ones is where I'd expect to find something like that. Well, I guess we might need to just work at it. Get it figured out. Figure it out as we go. Yeah, we definitely already had a Firestone, but that's alright. Okay, in that case, we'll ignore that for now. So we'll try to do the Machoke thing. I guess we also need to try to find Wanda. Last time she wasn't too far from the initial camp, so we'll use this as a base starting place. Whoa, what the? That's weird. So when I hit the roll, I went here, and then there's like an invisible wall right along here until I went out like that. I wonder what I did that if the game do that, because it's clearly not here anymore. I can freely move away from the tent now. So that's very weird. So what were we at here? Oops. It's Marwens. So number caught increases it, so I guess this will bring it up to 5. I'd almost need to bring it along on the team. Machoke just wants to hang out, apparently. Doesn't even want to fight. Look at my butt, isn't it cute? No effect on desk bombs. Man, I didn't realize that fighting is actually as useless as normal against ghosts in mainline games. Well, that's pretty easy. But I don't think that actually does enough for the decks. Because the Alpha is not using Bullet Punch. He didn't do anything strong style. See, I'm not really sure. I guess we just swap it in and spam Bullet Punch. Maybe, actually, if it's Mastered Bullet Punch, we can do Strong Style Bullet Punch. Yeah, I guess 16 is the endpoint. So let's see. Yes, does have Volt Punch. Nice. Alright, we'll do that. And then we'll put the Machamp in, or Machoke in place of the Dusclops for now, until we get this completed. I guess that's not gonna end too well here. Let's swap and take care of this. That definitely did less damage than I thought it would. Using steel on the chops would be great. Oh. You again. Yeah, Alpha's really bad on A side. Although I guess not great against poison type, but still. You there, stop where you are. You let your guard down quite carelessly for someone out here to observe things with care. Now you face the eldest of the misfortunes. This unlucky charm will ensure you fall in battle. What's those stats? So I feel like we want to just spam Lock Punch. Agile doesn't help at all with Lock Punch. Actually, in general, it looks like it's not helping the trigger very much. This might knock it out, given what it did the first time. No, not quite. Awesome. Oh, sleep is sticking through swapping. Well, at some point he's gonna run out of hypnosis. Do you know any other moves? Ah, so he's trying to, or she was trying to set up X. Oh, get out of here. What a disgrace. You don't know what that Pokemon is, but you need one? Wait, which Pokemon? Yeah, this is kind of stupid with the Hypnosis spam. Or the Owl? That's a Hisuian version of, Decidueye. So it's a grass fighting instead of a grass ghost. You're quite formidable, aren't you? But this was only a test. Now I know more about how you fight, and then we'll hold back next time. Whatever you say. Seems she dropped something when she fled. 3 bags of Stardust. Yay, money! So I can buy full heals with that. Wait, where did this put me? Huh, it put me a bit far back. Apparently. Okay, let's rest Machoke back up. I guess we can use Wordia here. Maybe let's pick... Feel bad, but pick on these Glamios. Okay, that was the wrong Pokemon, but also looted instead of fighting. Okay, well, I guess that doesn't work. Okay, so it's 2, 4, 6, 7, 8. Which puts us over. Which is great. Alright. That means we can... teleport back, swap party back. And let's rest some morning. That'll make the search and rescue effort easier. Not bad for only 3 catches. Wait, what did the... Oh, okay, so Eevee had 2 points of credit for completing that quest in town. Funny. Yay, we get the next rank too. Okay, so let's go turn this into that guy. And see about finding Wanda. I think I'd at least want to find her before we call it. Although, if it ends up being too involved, I might leave it. So we'll see if she's in a really hard to reach place or not. Oh, I guess... Damn. There's a artillery too that I need to complete the dex for. Yeah, well, I guess we'll leave it alone. I could pick a fight with the alpha, but we'll leave it alone for now. Did you complete Machoke's Pokedex entry? Please, show me. So it likes grain, huh? And it certainly has a sturdy, powerful body. It would be the perfect addition to the construction corps. Where are you going? You're lucky you didn't get punched in the face. Thanks to you, I was able to catch a Machoke. I guess I owe the Survey Corps one. You really seemed to enjoy the grain cake I threw at it. I promised we'd feed it lots of grain dishes. That seems to be enough for it to help us. Ah, so use negotiation. Fair enough. You know, the recent exploits of the Survey Corps are what inspired me to get help from Pokemon in the first place. Keep up the good work, you hear? Ooh, Grit Gravel. Fox Power Guard. 2 in 1. An item that sharply boosts the offensive and defensive stats of a Pokemon during battle. It sure does. Oh! We got a blue. So before Charm decided to pick a fight with us... Where is this trying to point? Out to sea? Maybe? I need to find a good place to land so I can use Ursaluna. That doesn't seem right, so what? I wonder... So it's pointing me up this way, but now we're not getting anything. Yeah, still nothing. So something doesn't seem right. Why is it pushing... Unless she's like at the end of here. Oh, there she is. So we kind of went right past her. Or no, she's stranded on this tiny island here. how'd you manage to get out of here? Oh, Desi, you came to find me. I got the old heave-ho from this Machoke you see, and splash, it was right into the sea for me. And then I couldn't swim back to shore on my own, so I was just stranded. So, please, can you help me get back home? No problem. Thanks a million for the help, Dusky. I'll pay you back somehow. My oh my, that Basco agent sure is something. It zips right through the water, even with the weight of a person or two on its back. Amazing. Well, we are right here at the Octari. And these score repeats just really like to butt in though. If I catch this second alpha Pokemon, it puts us at 8 points. Actually, I wonder if the Great Ball's got enough catching power. Because it's not that high of a level, but it might still be too much. Thankfully, its perception radius isn't great. Yeah, it's orange, though it's capable, just not. Not necessarily a good chance. That means I can safely try to get it at a distance. But that'd just be wasting balls for no reason. This area really doesn't leave a lot of room to work with. Yeah, anytime you want to turn around. Damn, would have been funny if that one caught. Alright, he's a coming. Maybe I should try to set up a leaden ball. This is taking forever. Really? Threw the berry and it turned towards me instead of, you know, looking at the berry that's right in front of it. Wow, the Murkrows coming in as opportunists. Wait, what happened to the second Murkrow? That was weird. I swear it was probably close enough to get into the battle with the other one. At this point, this is taking too long. I'll try battling it instead. Maybe I should have just done that in the first place. Though it is satisfying to get a good clean catch without actually engaging it in battle. And we'll go ahead and head back. We're still... Actually, are we short of points? Number of different forms. Oh, I guess alpha and non-alpha? So we're gonna be at 9 points. Rip. It's easiest way again is we pull it out and pick on some poor or something with it. Bird whammy out. Damn, that should take care of that. The finagling that has to be done sometimes. $1,700 Pokedollars for that one. It did take quite a few attempts though, so... Can do this all in one. We turn in the artillery thing, we turn in Wanda's rescue, and then we get promoted. Oh, so you looked into artillery for me, have you? Lovely. Let's see what you've learned. Oh, my, so that's how it is. Wait, hold on, are you quite sure? Goodness, to think that Remoraid evolves into our artillery despite them looking nothing alike. More importantly, it seems artillery isn't poisonous, so its ink must be safe to eat after all. Oh boy. Ooh, I can't wait to gather up some ink and try creating lots of innovative new recipes. Once my new pickles are well and truly perfected, pop by for a taste, won't you, dear? Bean cake. These cakes are potently effective at attracting fish Pokemon, as well as bird Pokemon and their flying ilk. I didn't know that fish were into beans, but sure, why not? Actually, out of curiosity, does one expedition change this guy's stock? Honey cake? No, it's still honey cake. Wanda made it back home, safe again. I really can't thank you enough. I knew I wouldn't be wrong to ask you again. You're still as good as everyone says you are. And that Ursulina is amazing too. Not many can track ascent even across rivers and seas. If I could ever learn to live with Pokemon myself, a Pokemon like that Ursulina sure would be nice. Yeah, a Pokemon that's great at finding things. I guess maybe we get him a Hisuian Growlithe? You're not sure how that's safe to eat, but or you're not sure that's how safe to eat works, but okay. Well, we are in the distant past. I guess they don't have, good culinary practices. I was supposed to be out there looking for other people's lost items, but instead I got found. Poor Wanda. Alright, let's see what new balls we get to use and stuff. You've made progress. It seems you've earned yourself a star. Yay, we're halfway! With this, you have officially attained the rank of 5th star in the Galaxy Expedition Team. You can now use Wing Balls. Pokemon of up to level 65 will obey my orders reliably. Okay. Interesting jump. 40 to 65? I think. Actually, when do you 50s to 65? I've kind of lost track at this point. But this does allow me to use the Chansey if I want. The rewards you earn for saver reports will be very generous. And this as well, it's a further recipe you'll need for crafting. I was kind of hoping for Ultra, but I guess we'll see what Wing Balls do. Continue to dedicate yourself to complete the Pokédex if you hope to rise higher in the ranks. $2,200. Let's see. An improvement on the original Feather Ball design, a ball that flies fast and true, ideal for catching nimble Pokemon or Pokemon that fly high in the air. Funny that I uses iron chunks. So I guess that single Ultra Ball I've got is pretty valuable at the moment. Although, I'm not even sure I could set up something that would make it so the Ultra Ball is guaranteed. I guess maybe in a fight where it's something really high level and we've weakened it. So I guess if I decide for some reason to fight that Empoleon, that'd probably be a good place to use it. But I think I'm at a point where my team would get creamed trying to take on something over 20 levels higher. Mine, I guess? Telwar might be okay, because it's... Could use Aura Sphere against the steel water setup. And be generally resistant to any stab moves. Alright, well, I think that's more or less it. I'm not forgetting any quests we completed, am I? Yeah, most of this is next area at this point, so I could go like get the one quest in the Obsidian Fieldlands, and I'm sure there must be more lingering in the other places too now that I have water access. But for now, I think we're gonna call things done. Went over by a bit, but it was an amusing diversion. Finding Wanda. Yeah, we'll be back for more of this on Friday and Sunday as well. See how far we can get. Maybe we'll even get to 6-star. Ooh. But yeah, thanks for watching, everyone. Actually, is there anyone past raid level 2? Kron's streaming, he's not doing 3 halves anymore, but he is doing, I guess, a Minish Cap since since I have done some Zelda here, why don't we raid him? But yeah, thanks for watching, everyone. I'll see you on Friday, and have yourselves a good night. Let me just set this raid up. The heck, where is... what happened to my raid button? Oh, there it is. Dashboard, please. Yeah. Thanks for watching, everyone.